for the field trainings, they can go for it. Then you can even sit them down, talk to them, like sit them down, talk to them, encourage them, like talk to them. You can introduce them. Maybe you see something online that you don't even use in your office. You can say, okay, please, you guys come and see this thing. Can we start using it? And stuff like that. So create an avenue for them to be innovative, expose them. So that is Oluwatoni's perspective. Now, Esther, I think let them think creatively. Let their thought be original. Discourage the use of AI. And AI is becoming a serious menace. So let them be creative. Ask them questions. And also, I want to add to that. Are we together? One problem I also notice is that a lot of people, the reason why your staff are not creative is because you have shut them down when they try to be creative. Imagine that you are working and say, "Oh, guy, cash buy. Whoa, nothing. Come on, you I pay the right. Cash buy." Guys, I think I don't know which group I was saying that. Okay, I said it's a complaining customer is a blessing. A silent customer is a problem. Now, a silent staff, a quiet staff around you is not a blessing. Because even if they took your head inside bush like this, they look you. Okay, now you start being, they enter bush, they go. So don't also be shutting down your staff or your followers. They can have ideas. Said, okay, what do you think? In fact, one of the things I learned from one of my bosses is that this boss knows the job, but knows everything. We'll be like, so tell me, what do you think? And I'm like, what do I think? I don't think anything. Now, but even though all things being equal, he knows more than me in this thing we're talking about. But when he still asks me, I still feel like, and sometimes to be telling him that nothing, you like, you know, I will know. I'm like, I'll be forced to think. Why? Because I feel my boss knows my contribution. And if today said, what do you think? This thing we're talking about doing, what do you think? I say nothing. Monday. Tuesday, he said, okay, this what do you think? I said nothing. Where is that? I will advance myself. I said, I can't be saying nothing. Now, why is they employing me if I'm not going to be contributing? I will talk. So when you have a system that you allow your people to be expressive, they are going to be creative. Are we clear with that? Any question regarding that? Okay. Why does innovation matters? Why does innovation matters? Why does innovation matters? Organizations that do not improve often fall behind. If you don't improve, what happens to you? You will go obsolete. So even as a leader, you must make conscious effort to improve yourself. So I said something like, every three months, I'm going to go for that training. It's as simple as that. So since you finished school 4 years ago, you have not had any training. You are not serious. I think I was telling the team in the afternoon. I was telling the session we had overnight. I told them that we're talking about training. I said, as human being, decide that every 3 months you go for training. Write it down. Write it down. Every 3 months, you are going to go for training. Make it a commitment. Every 3 months, I am going to go for a training. Somebody saying, what of money? I said, that is the problem. Is it training? Is it paid? Since you already concluded that where is the money, you will not even bother to search. Now, because the moment you are starting from where is the money, you are paralyzed. I'm sure that this training that we are in now, that is free, I'm sure that there is no single month in this Osogbo that there is no training like this that is free, physically or online. Yes, some training are paid for, I know. But without training, and some of them, even the money, 10,000, 10,000 is small money to pay for your self-development. Let me tell you a story. I have an MBA and I have an MA. So I have 2 masters. But when I think none of them is Nigeria, when I think of both of them, up to today, I still used to feel like, but I'll close my eyes. Because many of us have paid expensive price for some things. Um, there was a time I wanted to do a master's. And Nigeria, I just felt like I didn't want to do it in Nigeria. Then I said that I could do a master's in UK. They didn't put rope on my neck. Oh. They didn't put on my neck. I carried myself to go and do a master's in the UK remotely. And I was paying in pounds. The money I spent on that master. Now, I never knew that people are not even saying sorry. That's just saying that I'm crying. Is it Esther? You came to your causing violence. Today you came. I think the violence that Ayo was not giving you, it is Esther that took it today. Okay. I wish you met Ayo yesterday. The same way you are, the same way Ayo was doing yesterday. Switching. So I never knew that this man, that man will come and go and say they will remove subsidy and they will now say dollar come from 700 that it was oscillating between 550 and 650 when I was paying the school fees. Dollar just went 1,005. So it now triple. I don't know that you get see, let me explain it to you. I started the school fees at 500 naira to $1. The school fee did not change in dollar, but the naira I was using to pay it now triple. So if before I was paying, let me join this. If before I think I was paying $100, which was around 500k that time. So I was paying 500k every month that time. I've paid like half when they now increase. So instead of 500k now they're to be paying 1.5 every month. When you start saying I'm carrying gun, I tried to pay it for 1 month. After 1 month, I advised myself that I still have a future with or without a master's. It's a long story. And then God has blessed me with the gift of men. So I told a few of my friends that were abroad. So supported here and there, here and there. I was able to pay up. So I did my coursework. I was left with my masters. I thought some of us have used Naira to be paying pounds. in this Nigeria because we wanted the masters. Before, if I cook out all the money I've paid there, it's over 2 million. That time, a land in Owode was 150. No, I want you to realize something. Because when there's something that people say, like I used to say, it is when I was younger, I have energy to be doing a lot of come on, advising. Listen, I don't advise people plenty. It's okay. That time land was 150 in Owode. I spent about 2.2 on that masters. That time before now, if I don't want to say anything about now that it is triple. If I carry that land to Owode and I want to build a 2-bedroom flat, I will build a 2-bedroom flat. I will roof it. I may be able to do ceiling. But that time cement was still. I'm talking about 5 years ago now. So if that money entered Osogbo, that money I spent on my masters, on my MA, I put it on building an house. Because by then, if I put that money, I would have even completed it since then. I will stop there. Now, somebody will now say, if the money I should have used to build house, I should build house. People are not even good people. They're not even saying sorry, sorry you. I use it to do masters. What is now saying, come and pay 5K. Said, we are too much. They're not serious. But it will not also be fair to now say me and a degree, Abba. It will not be fair. Like we will not be mates. And then if I have a master's and it's not a Nigerian master's, there are some things you cannot be using to. Let me see. Uncle Kwate may feed me. There are some things you cannot be offering me because I just told you how much now. So you get. Let's leave it there. Thank you. Now, of course, and this is the thing that if I didn't say this thing, I would also help you. Is that I think in the ninth session, I told them about the 1% compound. And that if you invest in yourself, your market value will increase. Me now, like I keep saying, there's some amount of money you cannot see you want to give me now that you won't even want to say it. Then it was after that time again. And my MBA was scholarship, so I didn't pay a kobo. God just looked at me and said, "My son, you don't suffer. Just give me a scholarship with a university in the US." I just did that MBA. So if you can't see my resume, you see a master's in the UK, a MBA in the US. I will not be saying some things. It's not fair. You won't even be able to say it. What I'm just saying is that if you put value on yourself, your market value will also increase. That's what most people don't realize. Now, the pain is going to be there. The pain of the man king fisile. But the value you enhance on yourself, they used to say that Ipakere and what they sell in the ShopRite, is what they call ShopRite. Plantain chips, they are the same thing. Plantain chips 2,000, Ipakere 200. Clean difference. Packaging. They are both the same. Now the same papa, the same mama born them. Just packaging. That is just I want to realize. So any investment you make in yourself is not a waste. I knew this thing very early. In fact, till today, and all this drama, I'm just doing drama for you. I am not in any way. I have never sat down one day to say, I wish, no, not a day. Not a single day. I say, I wish, no. Because I have seen the value it has brought in many food. So why would I not say that I wish? So increase your value. Because see, our values are not equal. Right? Our values are not equal. What did I say? Are not equal. All of us are equal human beings, but the value we will bring to the table are not equal. So we will not be equally rewarded. So that's why I said that every 3 months, when I say go for training, it's not the training that is the focus. It is the value you are adding to yourself every 3 months. If I say every month, now I say, that time with 3 months, 1 month, yeah, my difficult. Start with 3 months. Google and browse online on Facebook, training the Shugbo, any training, it is communication, come. In public speaking, come. And one like this that is even free, come. Like I'm saying all this so that you're calling that no, I'm not telling you what is this man. No, I'm telling you what I have also done that is making me to see what I'm saying now. So it's not, I'm not telling you abstracting, no. Telling you a price I also paid. So sometimes we are equal as human beings, but the value we have put on ourselves is the reason why our market price is different. Now, so we have looked at innovation. So I've said that you innovate, continually innovate, innovate. Maria, innovate, please, every 3 months. Because, like I said, I don't know why I like your brand, but like and you people in this your industry, I don't understand. Me, I will be seeing training. Come and learn something for 3 days. Come and learn how to do corset. 3 days, they will say 250K. I said, Joe. Hello. Maybe corset in what you used to do here.
That is just a training. The other one that you have to pay money, you have to buy materials and everything.
It's not this corset here. I mean, me, is there another one that I didn't know? Ṣé mi lówó YouTube ni? I can't watch YouTube. People are trying though.
So they are not spending on marketing.
And I think
just want to spend on the training. We have to market to give them that money back. So when you train from someone that has like rigid foundation, now you want to market to someone, then you are referencing to
your cousin, my child's birthday, please take. Don't say, don't worry, let me just borrow 5,000 from there. You will not refund it. And I'm on the leather. So just help them to save it. I'm saying this because it is what I also believe in practice. So that's why I said you should do it. So number one reason why people are not innovative is number one, fear of failure. Number two is what? Thank you. Rigid structures. Number three, lack of trust. They don't trust you. Number four, what? Poor communication. You are not communicated. You're not communicating with them correctly. You are not communicating with them correctly. you are not communicating with them correctly. Number 5, last one, resistance to new ideas. You are always opposing new ideas. Say, mommy, I have this new idea. So, no, one try that. You are not going to encourage them to be innovative. So, now moving on. After this, I'm thinking of giving us a case studies, and then we'll have group presentation. After now, we'll do a case studies. I would, since we just do 5-5. Let's start, we move like this, 5 people. Move like this, 5 people. So that John can come and sit down here. After this particular module, stand here. And then maybe Esther can come and sit down here in face. And then you can do case studies. You just brainstorm 15-20 minutes. Then somebody will present for you. Lastly is leadership role in driving innovation. What is your role in driving innovation? Now, I'm saying all these things because many of us will still have businesses. Many of us will still have. Many of us will be parents. Many of us will be managers in different companies. So all these things we are learning are important for us. So today, like I said earlier, we are discussing organizations' perspective. So leaders must create spaces for ideas, encourage questioning, encourage what? Questioning, and respond positively to suggestion. If they say, madam, let us do it this way, don't say, abeg. No. Encourage questioning. And maybe lastly, guide the process by setting direction. Guide the process by setting direction, providing resources, and ensuring follow through. Maxwell reminds us that people are more likely to support change when they trust the leader. People are likely to support change when they trust the leader. People are more likely to support change when they trust the leader. So, we are going to do case studies. So let me put the question so that we can look at it and we can proceed. Okay, some people came in just now. Before you came in, I was saying that we are going to have a case studies. So we're going to have a case studies in about 2 minutes on the lesson we just finished discussing. So so everybody look at my screen, please. So this is your case studies. Yeah, please, let's divide ourselves into 5, 5. Mm. I already said like this, 5, 5. Hey, I said you should join them like this. Yes, you are looking at me. Look at me. So now, let me read it for you.
No, there are big five.
Zenith Logistics, a medium-sized haulage company. Haulage is like operations company. Is struggling with this is dispatch rider company with delayed deliveries and high operation costs because every dispatch require physical signature from 3 different managers. Younger staff have suggested using a simple mobile tracking app to digitize approval. Superior supervisor fear that digital system will lead to internet fraud. As a new operation lead, you must help supervisors see technology as a tool other than as a threat. Using Maxwell level of influence, don't worry about those ones. Number one, the barrier. How does the fear of failure apply to the manager in this scenario? Let me just explain to you in simple English. The company, they do this, they dispatch rider. But before every dispatch rider can go and dispatch, they have to get signature from KB manager. So that's nobody on the share stream, let's just be doing it online. I said, no, online care. If people want to be chopping office money, or possible. So that is the issue now. So the supervisor said that is not possible. So now you are the operation lead. Number one, how does the fear of failure apply to the senior managers in this scenario? Is there any fear of failure? You discuss it in your group. Yes. What is the fear of failure? Number two, how can you as the operation lead, how can you now introduce this change? Like, how can you introduce the change of let's be signing online? Why would you have a signing paper in century yìí? Come on, paper káàkiri ká tó sign. And number three, how would small win, like instead of digitizing all the department, all the company, and we start with maybe admin department? How will you help move the organization toward transformation? So all of us should brainstorm. It's a very straightforward thing. The company, it's like you want to go to one old company in Osogbo that still use paper. Tell me one company in Osogbo that still use paper. Or maybe government office that still use paper. Eh? No, which? They use paper to buy form. You still have to pay by hand. Or to pay by hand. Where do you use pay by hand in Osogbo? No. Is that no paying by hand in Osogbo? Like those ministry also, like the Department of Finance, and when they actually those operational costs. There's still some departments in Osogbo that get cash. When I went to pay more money, maybe or bank of finance back, they actually cash from my hand. But don't stress yourself. The company do not want to be doing cash. And they said, no, let's not do everything online. No, to be doing cash. They said, no, it's not possible. So help them solve the problem. Thank you. This time is Okay, no, we can't be able to use this one. The time on my phone is 12:43. You have till okay. Let me press it, please. You have till 2 o'clock. That is 20 minutes. Is it too much? It's too much now. 1 o'clock is too much now.
Yes.
Let's do 10 minutes. That's by 1 o'clock. We have break. Okay. So please, let's start. 5. 10 minutes have started though. You are still looking at screen. I'm very yeah. One person will present for you when you finish.
So now that's what I'm how can you make them? How can you do it that they will not feel like they are going sideline right now? So because we cannot sideline, how do we make them how do we make them understand that they will not be sideline? We're supposed to start from analyzing the problem we have. And I believe that the problem we have is that an organization that transports have issues with delayed delivery and all of that. And some people cited the solution, bringing in the use of technology. Now, older persons does not understand the end sense of technology. That was basically we have to preach the end sense of technology to them so they understand why we need to utilize that aspect. And then another thing we need to do is to use the Maxwell's level influence to influence their decision, to make them believe in what we're trying to tell them. And the third thing is to encourage them to allow us use a pilot destiny, to test the, the feasibility of utilizing that system. So I think we should now work on all of this. How exactly do we want to reach the essence of technology? It's somebody that should be able to talk about technology, how fast it is, how reliable it can be, and all that. We need somebody to also explain, not explain, but like we need somebody who knows about the Maxwell's level of influence. And then the person can choose it to emphasize what we're trying to pass across to them. And we also need to make inquiries personally right here on how we can go about the pilot testing, and how we can test the feasibility of that stuff and also pitch it to them. So I think we should focus on this so that our discussion we have a direction. We already know our problems. The next thing is strategy to solve the problem.
So we're saying number one, I think that you fear of failure or
And the fear of being like this is all replaced. Yes, they don't want to do that. Somebody was saying something the last time that they are still relevant, they will still be needed, something like that. I can't remember what was saying. Yes. So we can emphasize that they will still be relevant because they will still be the one to give their signatures. It's just that it's utilized, something like that.
That's when that number two comes. Like, okay, how do you make them know that they are still relevant? So that's like sensitizing them.
Exactly, they need sensitization.
So that you can go back to this.
So in sensitizing them, we need to first start with the essence of technology. The reason why we need to just bring in that mileage, we need to educate them. Then you were saying that we need to also sensitize them on their relevance. In sensitizing them on their relevance, how the team needed the whole thing. We also need to emphasize that the benefits for them. The reason why it is very important, the ways it will help them to reduce their stress. They will not have to keep signing, and all of that.
Just like how we general saying, oh, AI is going to take jobs from people. But that's not the issue. The case is that AI is just a tool for you to prompt it to give you what you want. So that's the same way this is going to be. It's still you as the boss that is still going to, but it's just going to make your work easier and reduce your workload.
Question of who will educate it? Will they allow the younger one to? Is he outside there?
No, we have a role already, operational lead. That's the person.
That's the person that wants to them. So person that will now know if the professional lead is aware, like handling their education and like or if it's to source for
Outside.
and he feel like this manager they are like very way goes back. If you have to use them, like you need to form something like evidence or like something that make you
The first thing is to operating and with the follow your
It's also remind them that they have the operational you are doing well and believe that this will be fine. I think it was because
Our time is sorry.
We need to take care of the dangers of the internet because it won't be nice for them to come out and find out that they need to cover everything. So to make it up. I think the biggest decision let's stay in line with respect.
We should do something big. Someone will represent.
So number one now.
Okay.
Let's
I
go
think
to the
should decide what we want to talk about into three factor introduction, our program. So what should we start with? What should we emphasize? And what should recognizing the problem, like problem statement.
Oga, can you mentor her?
That's where that was no.
No, God, no, serious.
I told this man the mentor.
Wait, I don't understand. Why all of you passing her around? Is he having bad character? Why are you having some bad character? So, Oga, this one to pass by power. If big man like this, I cannot mentor her. Who am I to mentor her? Okay, talent management involves identifying people and developing them. Sometimes you have to have call with them, you schedule call with them, you talk. What is happening? What are you doing? What training are you going through? And a whole lot of other things. And you need to give them direction, give them ideas, support them. So, and you cannot do that if you yourself are not even, what is the best word to use? If you're not even solid yourself. I gave you, all of you, one assignment that everybody here, of course, I won't be checking up on you. You want to reach out to me, my number is everywhere, but I won't be checking up on you. But you make sure that every three months, I'm attending a training. I don't want to say every month because some months are very overwhelming, I understand. But at least every 3 months, there is a training, at least one training you attend. Preferably on ground. Online training, I don't know, they do me somehow. This thing we are doing now, I've done it with the effectiveness by which we are doing it now. Because when you're online, a lot of things are happening. You can even do off distracted, but when you are here, you are concentrated. So that is very important. So you yourself, make yourself, I think I want to rephrase my message. I think you should make yourself valuable, make yourself a value-added person. You know what they call VAT? What is VAT? Value-added task. Make yourself a value-added person. That anybody that encounters you encounters value. To the glory of the Lord. I always say this a lot. I also to the glory of the Lord. If I'm mentoring you and under 1 year your life will not change, I'm skeptical about your life. I don't say to not change again, but I'm skeptical about your life. Because if I decide to mentor you and like it's from my heart, I wanted to do it. Like I commit to it. I don't know how that happens, but I like you yourself be like, I don't care mentor many because I do it wholeheartedly. If I notice that you are also receptive, which is very key. If you are teachable, you are this thing. But I open my and I also always know if people say, I said okay. I open my heart, I'm very open to them. Maybe 2023, one young man sent me a message. I know him, blah blah blah. Sent a message. He sent me an email. 31st of January, 31st of December, my New Year Eve. Sent a message in the evening, an email, and said, "Dear sir," I said, "Dear sir," I said, "Dear sir, just wrote a long email, long and short, want me to mentor him for year 2024. I said, "Okay." So we started. So wrote an email. I read the email. I said, I replied the email on the second. Said, "Okay." Sent an email official request for mentorship. I replied him. I said, "Okay, I will do that." And we started. After March, then we started talking. Where do you work? I said, "So this is your job." Because and all of the things I think he also did that helped us was he came out to play. He did his job, he didn't like it. I said, "How much are they paying?" He told me, I said, "Okay." After about April, I called. I said, "This is your job. You need to leave the job." He said, "I leave this job. Let's start searching for a job. We'll get online, we'll search for a job together." He's very good, that he's gifted and talented. He's very good. So after about 3 months, he got a few interviews, and then he got another interview. He called me, got an interview, and he got a job. When the company, when he did the interview, the HR asked him, the job, a company in UK, but they have office in Nigeria, asked him an interview and said, "How much do you want?" He mentioned a particular amount of money. The lady just said, "Okay." The lady that doubled the money for him and said, "What if we are paying you?" Let's assume that's how much. I said I wanted 300. They said, "What if we are paying you 700?" I said, 700. It's okay. It's okay. But you know, human being can be funny. It was as a call just and they call me, this is job. I mentioned this. They doubled it, that double down times 2.5. This. I was so happy. He said, "But I'm not able to take that." When I said, "I'm not even okay with that particular house," I felt I'm not even okay that they should increase it. I said, "That's what my baby do." Because the initial, the initial was, like you asked for 300, they said they will double. I just realized I've just double it for you. So now say increase it, or conjure and yeah. But later now say, for them to double it means that what if they have planned to, but I'm still fine. That's not the job now. He's so happy, he's so proud. I think the job sponsored him to UK sometimes last year. I think it's like 2 weeks there. And when he was going, he sent me a message. "I'm going to UK." That was the first time I was out of Nigeria. So they were 2 weeks, blah, 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 blah. When this curriculum that is on my screen, it was not that developed this curriculum. So when I wanted to develop when I wanted to assemble people for this project, everyone I assembled for this project, there is no foreigner on this project. Everyone were people that shared my let's say my DNA. This is treasure. We've been together for many years. That is James. I told you yesterday, my university classmate. Tomiwa, my direct mentee. Susan, I've known this girl since she was a baby. Now she's married with 3 kids. A lot of them. So she's married. I called husband. So is it at this level that I will now call her? So that is how we have been doing all this. So I didn't call. So when it was also time for me to do curriculum, I called him. The guy was telling you down. I said I should be his mentor. I said, "Look, I'm doing this program. This is what they call the curriculum. You need to do it." He said, "Yes, sir." And I sent it to him, and then I forgot about it, and I moved on. And in fact, up to this afternoon, sent him a message. "Hello, sir. How far? How's it going? Blah 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 blah." Now, they are my mentee, but when the time came up, I just put all of them in their capacity, and we are all in. That is an idea of what talent management is all about. You identify talent, you develop them, and then you retain them. I'm trying to, like I said at the end of this session, the module we are discussing has a tendency to be abstract. That's why I tried as much as possible to bring it to the level that everybody can relate to it. If not, it just be just nodding head or you'll be sleeping. That is what talent management simply means. I think one of the things I'm good at is that it's very difficult to sleep in my class. If you sleep in my class, you need to go for the relevance. Because no, if anyone that has been in my class, either now or 5 years, will tell you that my class I have a way of engaging engaging my audience. So my class, if you were in the night class, that one was even more. But he was saying that people are just. I said this is a night class, and I can count how many people slept out to the night class, like because it was a night class, but I tried to. If, we are a bit serious in the afternoon class. Night class were very engaging, a lot of back and forth, I know, so that everybody will be engaged all till 7:30 or 8 when we finish night class, 30 minutes break, and then we are back again. So that's an idea of what talent management is all about. So everyone should make that decision. That everyone in your sphere of influence, I said we discussed this yesterday. Everyone in your sphere of influence is going to you're going to identify them, you're going to manage them, you're going to retain them. So thank you very much. I think the break is really you people, eh? No, pakete. I thought it was supposed to be now. 30 minutes more. So it's okay. So it's okay. No. We can continue teaching. There is no difference. Okay, so now I will not go to. I don't know whether to discuss delegation or succession planning because, like I said, I asked questions because I wanted to tailor the message. But what delegation simply means is that you assign people that you have trained to go and stand in place for you. That's what delegation means. You assign people that you have trained, your own people. I say, let's assume that Maria is my mentee and I've trained her. And they say, come to Oshogo and give a speech. I say, I'm not available. Which speech is that? It's one NGO. I say, Maria, please, my assistant will come. Please go and deliver. And I'm not going to be worried. I remember there was a time I was not in Nigeria. So you see, I'm happy is here. They called me. There was a program Lautech was doing that time, Hot Price. He sent me a letter and said, come and be a speaker. I was thinking of coming to Nigeria for that purpose. One of the line just changed my mind. So I called him. I said, Treasure, what's up? He said, fine. I said, I got this invitation for this program. I don't know if you're available. He send it to him. I said, no, I think that day is available for me. I said, till today, I'm not sure I asked him how it went. Why? Because I know that if I'm not around, he can. So I just called him and said, he was in Ibadan. I said, you are close to Lautech. I will tell them that I won't be around. You just will come and stand in place for me. That's what delegation means. You have led somebody that being probably somebody that is in a junior position to you. You have trained the person and you can delegate to them. Now that requires a lot of work. It is like having disciples and saying that. Now I'll talk about Tomiwa. I said I'm still working on him. He's not yet a place where I can delegate and say go and represent me yet. It's just been an honest assessment. But I'm working on him. So that is what delegation does. That I've developed you, I've worked on you, and I can send you out. And I want don't be a one-man generation. Develop other leaders. Write it down. I will develop other leaders. If you see anybody around you that you feel like this person has potential, Maria, you are a lady. You other lady that you feel like can mentor them. Maria, you like, hey, we need the mentorship. You need to come if you meet anybody. Well, you will mentor people. Why do I feel like you have capacity? What role is she holding in your organization? She's serving.
Yes.
Okay. What of you? Bologo?
No. I stand with the manager.
Okay, I think you said it yesterday. Okay. So you're doing to Oshogo? Okay. So, but no matter what, everyone is influencing someone for delegation. So, and lastly is succession planning. I'm not sure any of us here is doing succession planning. You say? But what succession planning meant, what succession planning meant is that you are preparing individuals to take over key roles in your life. And I think one of the culture that we are bad with in Nigeria is succession planning. How many of us know Abiola? MK. Abiola Komijini. When you say Abiola by default, it is Abiola Kana. Okay, MK, Ashima, Ashiwo. How many of us can name all the companies he had in his lifetime? How many of us? One, Concord Airlines. Two, you have mentioned like 2 out of 20. He has newspaper, he has oil company, he has estate, he has a lot. But how many of them now? Why? And I think, and this is a topic that's very important. You are going to read in US and say this man is the third generation billionaire. In fact, I am not sure we currently have even a second generation millionaire in Nigeria. And the father is a billionaire, and the son too is a billionaire. I may be tempted to think of Dangote, Ibu, the hotel, this. Anyway. Yeah. The Michael Ibu now. No, billionaire. I think no, about Ugo is not. No, Ugo is first generation. I think this man too, Dangote, there is Dan Tata. So I think he also came in from of course, it's not billionaire. There's some okay, maybe maybe that Ibu is the only third generation. There's no third generation. And my concern is even that is Ibu going to have a fourth generation? That's my concern because so that is one thing. So but a lot of the billionaires are third generation, fourth generation, and everything. But we don't plan for succession here in Africa because we don't train our children to learn to take over. So how many of us are going to now plan our children with a plan? The children just wakes up and said, "Oh, sell everything." But that's what used to happen in a lot of time. Sell everything. And if most of Abela's family are not in Nigeria, if you are very aware with the story, many of the children and grandchildren, they are in the US. Many of them have even become US citizens and they don't even worry about what happens in Nigeria. I can't remember any serious Abela's family who is fully residential in Nigeria. Everything that after everything happened, they didn't really, everybody don't stay in Nigeria after everything. And after staying for some time, got citizenship, dual citizenship, many of them don't even want to enter Nigeria again. So we have to now begin to do what we call succession planning. And that also means how we are going to, if you know that this boy will take over from me, how will you raise him? That was why I said yesterday that I personally am not planning to raise an employee. I'm planning to raise a creator, one that will create. So, now, how many of us follows this man very well, Tony Elumelu? How many of us follow him very well? How many of us sees what he does with his daughter? How about what he does with his daughter? What does he do with the daughter? How about this? I want of us know what he does with his daughter. Ugo. Jakes, what is this guy's daughter? The first child of Onu. Okay, yes, okay. Ogechi. You said? No. She's not in the foundation. If you are following, I follow him a lot. Basically on LinkedIn. That is where you find me. If he's going to 100% meeting, the girl is following him to 95%. Like Ogechi finished school 3 years ago. That she finished from London School of Economics. And she finished from London School of Economics about 3 years ago. I don't know when she graduated. But since then till now, every single meeting, he's meeting with the president of Zambia, he's meeting with Emmanuel Macron, he's meeting every single meeting that Melu is going. The girl is following out. Even when she was a student, and father has a meeting with presidents of nations, the girl will be with the father. To chat private jet is not a problem, so those are not issues. Like the father ensure that the girl is in every room where he's meeting with presidents and they're talking business, they're signing agreements. So you prepare people to take on roles in the future. And it is not wrong. And I think that I and Jakes have discussed on this thing, and I want to open into the house. Maybe this will be our round-off discussion. That should children be allowed? Don't respond yet, because all of you need to jump on me. Should children be allowed to choose a career path by themselves that they like, or you feel that the parents should choose a career path for them? I know there is a whole billions of argument inside. Let them choose their career. Don't force them. Don't choose for them. But do you support that children that a girl of 15 years old that does not know anything should be choosing a career and that's why I'm studying sociology? What do you think?
Because I love you and you're Mercedes.
Okay, you know them before?
They're Mercedes. I don't know. Your name.
No, she's not talking. No need now.
Okay, so I feel that as a parent, when in the performative age of the child, you already realize that, oh, this child likes to do this child likes to do that. So you maybe provide things that will help them enhance those skills that they've been showing that they can do. Just if you see a child that, oh, this one likes to is always drumming everything in the house, so you can maybe provide classes where you go to learn instruments and all of that. Oh, this one is always wanting to touch my phone or the computer or something. Okay, probably this child wants to do some things with tech and all of that, then you can enroll that child for whatever. So I think before they get to that age where they have to choose a career path, they already understand, or you can already see the skills that they are better with, the things that they are better at, and help them, guide them to choosing that, and maybe.
Okay. I want of us believe in choosing a career. Christy looks quiet, but she has a touch of violence. Believes in choosing a career for a child. I don't need you to believe it. I believe in choosing a career for a child. And I have my reasons. It's okay if you want your child to study sociology. It's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. No. If it's not that they want to study agriculture, it's okay. But I believe in choosing a career for a child for many reasons. Number one, how much does a 15-year-old boy knows to make an informed decision, to make an accurate career choice? Number one. Number two, if you are looking at the child have interest in, what does the child has interest in? All of us don't know how many things that we have interest in when we were small. Want to be a pilot when we used to small. Later, we don't want to be what? A doctor. Later, we wanted to be a lawyer. Before Jam gave you agronomy. And now they're now selling perfume. So, I used to believe that until maybe last year, I began to question the theory of let the children choose their career by themselves. Then how much, in terms of this thing, a child of 15 years is still at the stage of exploration. None of us here is at the stage of exploration. If you are exploration, you have problem. You can't say I'm still exploring. You're still exploring what? Is any of us here less than 23? If not because of these two boys that are, I'm not sure any of us here is less than 40. I'm just joking, don't mind. I'm just trying to say that. So a child that is still exploring his own interest, still exploring his own passion, still exploring his own identity, still figuring out who he is, to now be given the awesome privilege of choosing a career. I find it very weighty. Because at that point, children will likely lean towards a career that is most exposed to them. When I say most exposed to them, if that is a doctor, at that point, he likely say, I want to be a doctor. If that is an engineer, I say, I want to be an engineer. Now, if he watch a lot of movies on plane, or you see a lot of American movies, say, I want to be a pilot. At that point, his choice, a child choice of a career as a teenager, is likely going to be heavily influenced by his exposure. Never by the true reality of what he really wanted. Now, I used to tell people that I said yesterday that if what I know now, I know it that time in secondary school, I'll have gone to study education arts. My life will be better than this. Because what I'm doing now, I didn't study it in school. But imagine if I've now gone, I didn't bother, just went to education arts. Number one, I will finish with the first class. There's no reason why I've been in education, I won't finish with the first class. And I was so brilliant that I will be passing effortlessly in education arts. Because I see the exam, I say, if I did, I used to be a woman was education. I see the exam, I said, I don't need to be in class throughout the whole semester to pass this exam with A. Because I was reading, I was exposed. All the theories that are teaching them in education, I've read them in other level. So I don't believe that a child should be given the authority to make that decision. What I do believe in, however, is the parents studying the child, and now deciding that from what we are noticing about this child, I think, and from the way the world is going also, I think this is the career that is going to be best suited for this guy. So don't let your children make a choice. There's a child there now. Is somebody there? Don't let your child make a choice that they are not ready. That is my own opinion. Let them choose. Yeah, I just do that. You co-create with them. You study them, observe them. For example, if my son is artistic, he likes arts, you cannot say that they want to be a doctor. He's not going to be a doctor. Because this is a child that is a naturally gifted art person. What's going to go and do in medicine? But because everybody is doing medicine. So that is my own opinion and already I don't already get thing when go. I told Treasure, he was just laughing. He said, "Hey, your guy," I said, "if we are not having problem with what the boy will do with his life in terms of a career we study, that one has already been sorted." When after I noticed, I said this one, his career path settled. So he's just going to be looking at it and say, "Look, how do we work into this?" That's why I said at the beginning that my idea of children is not also I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer, but I want to be a creator. With a creator, no matter what you offer them, you will always excel. So that's my own model of this thing. I know Susan is a child care, is a child, as they just call her social media, is always doing activist. But if you like, go and write an article about me. I will read it, I will see it, I will not comment. So it's not dictate for a 50-year-old that he said it's not yet correct. I don't hear. So
But by the time the student, the child grows to like 18, when he or she is ready to go to the university, by then, the 50 years.
I know he's so good by 18, he's out of, he's going on his master. Igbo. Oh. Definitely, legendary. We just go Nigeria, no matter what else, about 16. That's what from the beginning I told you that there's a plan in place. So you ain't you're the Paris school. No, I'm speaking for personally for my own children. I'm not talking for anybody's business.
The question answer is not for your child, for everybody.
No, that's I said. I don't believe, and this is what. No, I didn't say we should not. So don't mind my mama guy. I didn't say we should not. I say I personally don't believe that responsibility has done on a child yet to carry that weight. That's why I said you observe what you feel like from his talent, his expressions, then now help him to choose. But to not say what do you want? Ask him explicitly. And let him decide. I said, whatever you want is what we want. It's what I did not subscribe to.
Permit me to change this notion. What you just said that, what the 15-year-old boy or child, what has say that? There's a course at university now, mechatronics. I heard that course from my students, my SS2 students, for last year. I heard of mechatronics. I stylishly asked the boy, so that he will know that I didn't know what mechatronics was like, mechatronics, blah, 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 blah. No, man, now, the combination of mechanical engineering and electrical engineering. I said, meanwhile, that was the first time I will be hearing so. Those children of nowadays, 50 years old, we are talking about, that was during our own, when they asked you that what you want to become, and they said, I want to become a pilot, I want to become a lawyer. No, those children now, even as GS3 students, they already know the course, they already know cyber security. Those new courses, they will be not tell you what to cyber security. They say, over much Yahoo is squad. Over much Yahoo. They say, no, it's not Yahoo, man. It's not Yahoo. This is cyber security. They will tell you, they will download everything for you. There's technology. When they get home, guys are working in body school. When they get home, they have access to phone, to internet. They browse about all those courses. That was the privilege we did not have when we were growing up. But 50 years old now, my dear brother, exactly, they will say and give you the money.
Father opinion and mother opinion.
No, because it does not make any sense to me to go and study BSc cyber security. I don't know that anybody subscribe to my opinion. It doesn't make any sense. How long do you ALX in software engineering? No, it's okay. There's no discussion about some things. But everybody is you said?
I said I think it's quite security now.
That is why it doesn't make any sense. I will go and study cyber security university. People can do at 6 months. But it's okay. No, let us delegate or distribute that.
Okay, that is your point. Not that
No, don't worry. Don't worry. Oh.
I thought the fact that because it's not ready.
No. That's why I'm saying that.
Instead of spending 4 years
I
on
think that
cybersecurity.
argument is also very weak. The purpose of the university is not only and ultimately for job security. Saying that actually limits the essence of education. For example, when I spent 6 years studying in engineering, if it's just about being an engineer, per se, one could have done it in another place in 1 year or 2. Sure. So it's not spending 4 years studying cybersecurity is not so that I could only be, but so that I could be a whole, fully developed citizen of the world through my role as a cybersecurity expert. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. The essence of the university education expands a lot beyond the linearity of securing a job. You get what I'm trying to say? So I very much, don't agree that. You mentioned what course would then a child study in the university if it's only about the course alone. It's about the full.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's why I now felt no.
I was a university student when I met.
Yes.
That relationship
No.
means a lot to me than the BSc.
No,
Do you get what I'm
do
saying?
you know why? No, do you know? No, my argument was just because, maybe because I know you know me in some ways, maybe because I know cybersecurity very well, and I felt like there is no point studying it isolatedly. It is better if it is studied as a I don't know how best to put. I know you work in an IT firm. If it is studied as a comprehensive course, as a degree, it's not going to be now the cyber security BSc. You get my point now.
To be comprehensive.
No.
There are other things I will be attached to.
No.
The name, who you were talking
No.
about, the name
The
alone.
one that opened up this conversation.
Yes.
Because there's just a lot of nuance to it.
Yes.
Even when it comes to choosing a career path for a child, there are two major opinions that you are holding, and they're not the same. Because you began by saying that you prefer to choose, but your conclusion is that you co-create, and they are two different.
No. From the beginning, it was co-create. I said we are going to look at what he has been exhibiting. That one is a reality than what he says is Satan us because of what he's seeing. That's why I'm saying that. No, I'm not having a problem with a child.
Co-creating, then it means that there is no way, if I may say this, there's no way to invalidate the friendship here, because as a 15-year-old, I know the kind of things I knew at 15. I don't think that, in retrospect, it would make sense for any adult to invalidate my thoughts and opinions about myself as a 15-year-old. Because I knew enough, I might not have known enough to make a comprehensive decision about my career. But I think that this conversation, I think we've had this conversation before. This conversation leans on one thing that we're missing. What is the purpose of a career? Until we explore that itself, to know why does the child even need to go to a university in the first place? Why does the child even need to choose a career in the first place? Until we examine that, the purpose of the essence of career fulfillment, what it means for someone to be fulfilled in life, through their career pursuit, we would not be able to then come back to answer this question of how does a parent and a child, align together to choose a career path for that child. I think that's my little contribution.
Yeah, but you know where I was coming from. If you notice what I said the expression of a child is his truest form, which is, for me, I believe what a child manifests is more true than what he's saying he wants to do by virtue of what is around him. If by age 6, I'm not talking about, not mine, I'm just talking the general. If by age 6, a child can play 6 instruments, you get, and the child is now 15 and saying, I'm going to study medicine because everybody is studying medicine. As a father, I'll look at it and say, no, if at age 16, age 6, you are a child genius in music, why should this boy go and study medicine because that is what everybody is saying? He may not even know that you could have leverage on that. I think we have to stop this discussion here because I need to later. We are that all the energy I have, I want to go and consult with you. How to sit down. So please, 30 minutes break, and we'll all be here to take. And then after that, maybe then, what I want to go can go. Then we'll start our night session. Okay, so thank you everyone. A big time. See you in 30 minutes.
See you guys. Hello.
where we stopped yesterday.
And that is where we stopped. I mean, we are proceeding with where we stopped 30 minutes ago. And okay, so now we're looking at next at process optimization. Process optimization and operational excellence. Process optimization and operational excellence. Process optimization and operational excellence. What is randomly, what is process optimization? Just randomly, what is process optimization? Anyone? Anyone? What is process optimization? Everybody, anybody? Okay.
Maybe I would say with my level of understanding, optimizing process of the team to produce optimal results like optimization, making sure.
I like you. I like. Is it that I said that you like giving me back whatever I tell you, but like optimizing? So I don't know that is the direct this thing, Abi.
Like to ensure that the process of the team produces optimal results, standard results.
Okay. So when you say process optimization, it is improving how work is done. Let me give an example. Our forefathers, what were they using to cut grasses? Cutlass. Now, what do they used to use? Lawnmower. How of us know lawnmower? Do you know lawnmower? Ibeji. Do you know lawnmower? Me, I know that start again. The only thing you are on your own. Me, I know you as lawnmower. I mean, they are using lawnmower. So lawnmower is a lawnmower is an instrument that is used for process optimization. It means that it allows work to be done, number one, faster, easier, and more efficiently. That work to be done faster, easier, and more efficiently. So now, if you are going to lead in an organization, you must find a way by which work is going to be done more efficiently. So looking at process optimization. What is the difference between working hard and working smart? Anybody? What is the difference between working hard and working smart? Well, do I owe anybody any gift? I think I owe a group of people a gift. You? Okay. What is the difference between working hard and working smart?
Working hard has to do with achieving effectiveness. That is achieving the goal, no matter the amount of time it takes, no matter the resources, no matter the energy. But working smart means it has to do with efficiency. That is achieving the same results within faster time with less resources, less energy.
Okay, who wants to contribute again? Working hard and working smart. Okay, Muyiwa.
I think working smart is like putting a lot of effort and passion and grit into an activity or exercise. Working smart is doing so in a way that is efficient and like best practices to achieve it, especially when it deals with efficiency and efficacy. That's working smart. So this means achieving that same with the best resources available, cutting edge technology, just trying to achieve it the best way you can.
Okay. Another person again. Difference between working hard and working smart. Okay. Taiwo or Kendi, anyone?
Working smart involves paying attention to details, like seeing something from an ego aspect. Like I feel ego people like the best is more smarter than other them because apart from wisdom, it's still something that other cannot see. So like paying attention to details, working and paying attention to details, they are just doing everything, they are not complex.
You're not fair on people who are working hard. Your judgment is not fair on hardworking people. Working hard and working smart. Okay, be play.
There's this ideology like if you want to be successful, like if you really want to make it fast and like you just have to work smart. And it's not just about working hard, like putting in your effort, following all the due process of achieving the goals and not giving up and all of that. But to be successful or let me say in a faster way, you just have to be very smart about it. Because there's some process.
What does that smart mean?
Okay, there's some process that you just need to skip. It is skippable just to get it back. My own, I had something.
All of you are still doing very favor. Okay.
So I would not major mostly on hard work, or as you know, hard work is just doing everything by the book, doing everything thoroughly, with everything like without just, should I say, taking time to like sit down and think that how can this thing actually be done more effectively without me being so rigorous. What smart work? Somebody, there's a saying that there is no smart work without hard work. So I'll say that smart work is hard work plus innovation, meaning that you find a smarter way to do things. Does not mean that it's easy, because it's smarter does not mean it's easier, but it's just a more innovative way of doing things. Why hard work is just thorough. It's thorough without you don't find any innovation with hard work. It's just by the book. That's how
I will give you you are like 80%. So you are closer than the other person.
Okay, so the first thing to mind, I'll use an example. The job pusher. It's not like it's a bad dispute, but a job pusher works very hard, like morning, push the 12, they are doing under the sun, they are putting in energy, effort, and everything. For somebody that works hard, had put in the same effort, but now utilizes things like strategy, conserves energy, and then try to find other ways that makes the thing easy. For example, can delegate duties. So instead of me doing the whole work, I can delegate or find other means, use AI, use AI or just anything that just makes the work seamless for you, but it's putting in the same time, but just that utilizes stuff that makes it work easier.
Another contribution.
I would just say working hard requires effort, energy, and time. Working hard by working smart requires traffic. Thinking outside the box makes what you are doing get to do the job and just
Okay.
Can I ask something? Okay. So it's like somebody that falls, one person uses battery to cut down the same energy, same effort, same work. But the other person can just bring this, I don't know, yes, and still cut the same tree, same work. But yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to use that example. I think the person that said it closest is Adebola. Working hard means apply more effort. Working smart means applying more strategy. It's as simple as that. And strategy simplifies steps for you. So many of us are working hard, we're not working smart, which means that you're just putting effort. So working smart is effort plus strategy. That strategy can be the same with innovation. Now, because one of the things that working smart does for you is that it simplifies the step for you. Somebody was saying something that At a stage of life, you must be working hard. At some stage of life, you must be working smart. So you say, at this stage of life, I am working smart. I am not working hard. I am working smart. So working hard means you are putting in lots of effort. Working smart means you are putting a lot of strategy. So hard work how to do your effort. Smart work how to do with your strategy. That is the basic thing. Now, under process optimization, operational excellence is achieved when processes are clear, respected, repeatable, and continuously improved. It means that when you have to do something, what is step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5? Let me ask all of us a question. This is funny, but just say it at if you want to climb a staircase, how many of us climb staircase step by step? How many of us climb staircase by jumping one step? If you climb staircase step by step, raise up your hands. No, wait. I know what I'm saying. No, see, that thing alone. No, wait. That thing alone has a lot to do about you. How many of you climb staircase step by step? Bang, bang. I know most women like this. Don't do that one, oh, please. You know, say, are they having leadership and all they are doing fashion show? So my God. So, how many of you used to walk step by step when you are climbing a staircase? Step by step, you take one step after the other. No, you know, I told you some things are not fixed. They are spectrum. On spectrum, how many of you take more step by step? Raise up your hand. How many of you just take two, and you're up? My office has a staircase. I hate taking staircase. So by the time I look at it, the only time I take it step by step is if I'm pressing my phone. So if I'm going to because our office is a 7-story building. So if I'm going to the 7th floor and I want to take the stairs. So and I'm pressing my phone. So I'll not even look. I just then you get to that corner where you turn. I turn like this. I'm not even looking up. I'm just doing this. But if I'm going normal, maybe I'm coming early in the morning to work. I'm putting my pocket like this. I just jump one step and I'm up. I don't like to be doing this thing. So how many of us do like that? You're not in an hurry, but you just don't like the process of taking it one by one. Am I the only person? You too. Okay. Now, there's something I'm trying to achieve from that. Operational excellence is achieved when processes are clear, repeatable, and continuously improved. Now, what is operation? What is strategy? I'm not sure if I defined it before. What is operation? What is strategy? What is operation? What is strategy? What is operation? Every organization has an operation side, and every organization has a strategic side. You can hardly function at both sides. That's why we have. All of us have heard of CEO, right? Have you also heard of COO? Okay. One is operations, one is strategy. So what is the operations? What is the strategy? Don't forget this topic we're discussing is leading organization. I want you to understand how organization works. What is operation? What is strategy?
Operation is doing the work, maybe going out to the field, making things happen, and all those stuff. Doing exercise, what the other the organization.
Well, strategy.
The strategy is a planning, how to build that it. Planning that operation will follow.
Okay, another addition or opinion.
What is managing structure? Why
strategy is CEO, or should I say strategy basically is learning smarter ways to make operation or run more smoother or produce more effective.
Both of you are close. You are chief now. Then I want to tell you, make you become CEO. You're now doing like this.
So when you talk of operation, you're talking of practice, right? Practice, you're talking of things like that. When you're talking of strategy, you're talking of direction. So with that, you know, where you are putting so operation is like practical. So when you see people discuss, they will say, as a matter of fact, as a matter of fact, we are talking about the practice we need to get what we want to do. Okay, the direction. See, why we need to do A instead of B. See, conceptualization, that's the best.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Emmanuel. So, thank you very much. Now, strategy for number one, it deals with the thinking side of an organization. Number one, it is, like he said, the planning side, the thinking, the planning, the designing. They think, they plan, they design. So if you are putting, maybe you put a table like this, under like word and opposite, under the word strategy, under the opposite operation. So that strategy, you write thinking, planning, designing. Under the operations, they are the doing. For the thinking, for under the strategy is a thinking. Under the operation is a doing. Now the strategy, what is the second thing? Not the strategy.
Planning.
Planning. Under the operation, executing. The third one, now the strategy is what?
Design.
Under the operation, implementing. So the strategy precedes the operation. So there's no operation without strategy. Get that very clear. So when you talk about operational excellence, it means that the aspect where a program is implemented. Both of you should just be coming like that or come and sit down here. I'll reserve seat for you here. So we don't, both of you are going to better than that job. I was so surprised when I didn't see you guys here, but it's okay. So that is operational. So now what we are looking at is that how do you excel in execution? Are we together? How do you become a fantastic executor? How do you become a fantastic executor? So let's continue. So that is what we are looking at now. How do you become a fantastic executor? Okay, so let's now go to what we call process optimization. What is process optimization? It simply means the process of reviewing how tasks are performed. When you say process optimization, you look at how tasks are performed and making improvements. Process, structure, optimization, how tasks are performed so that you can make improvements. For example, instead of going to a place and queuing up, let me give a very typical example. How many of us remember the time you will go to bank and like you will queue up for like 3 hours? How many of you remember? How many of you were born that time? You were born. How many Gen Z do we even have in this hall? How many millennials? I know I'm the only millennial. You what? Be quick. What you think my man no good? I don't go talk out. It's not good because I remember something. I don't go talk out. And you know, like, hey, that's all. And we are live streaming. Maybe they are seeing you like this, and hey, I don't go talk out. Okay, so that time we used to go to bank. You are going to queue in the banking hall. I don't know if you follow your parents that time. You will see back and forth. You will sweat in the banking hall. Later, ATM card. Then ATM card still had long queues. Later, POS. Honestly, I'm not sure I have entered a bank in about 2 or 3 years. What am I going to do in a bank? In fact, I'm not sure I've been to an ATM in about 4 years. What am I going to do in an ATM? Why? By the time you step out of your house, there's one POS in George Junction. POS. What am I going to go and do? That is the problem of going to bank, safe and coming back. Just give them the charges and you are okay. What is that thing that happened? Process optimization. Are we together? This process of going to the bank and queuing, and even the staff, they are overwhelmed. If you go to the bank now, I don't know many of us go to the bank, but you just go to the counter straight and like, this is the bank. We used to go and pay school fees in the bank. How of us pay school fees in the bank? I know there's nobody in this level. Maybe Zion. Apart from Zion, there's nobody here that pays school fees in bank. It is transfer now they do. Yeah. You pay school fees in bank. Maria. Okay. So we will queue up before we get school fees paid. Now, that's another example of a process optimization. So your role as a leader, when you are in a place, is that how do I make this thing simpler for us to do? How do I make this process simpler? So you should be thinking. So moving on. Now, the goal of process optimization is number one. The goal of process optimization, number one, is to improve efficiency. To improve efficiency. To reduce waste. Number two. To reduce waste. Number two. Wasted time. To reduce waste of time, waste of effort. And number three, to improve quality. To improve quality. It focuses on simplifying steps. Moving on to, how many of us have ever been in a role where you actually optimize a process? Anybody? Come on, share your experience with us. How many of us have been in a role where you simplify process? People, come and share your experience with us. You're a project manager now. You don't want to talk. See that you are here, we are talking. Don't worry, we'll talk, we never talk. We talk. How many of you have ever simplified process? Manager. No, are you not my project manager? That is say, we there you go. How many of you have simplified process that you were in a place where you look at a process and you simplified it? It doesn't have to be complex, it can be anything. How many of you have helped your parents to change their SIM card before? So what do you think that was? Process optimization. But on a more serious, how many of you have simplified a process before? That you look at something and say, this thing is too ambiguous now. There should be an easier way to do it. Yeah, okay.
let me start from the yes. There is, I'm not lazy, but I feel like if there's a better way to do things, why go through the long process? So I used to do this thing when I used to trek to school while I was on A level. So you know this theory that it was in mathematics, Pythagoras, meaning that instead of it to come like this,
And like this, just take
come
the
like
straight.
this. So I applied that every time while I was trekking, so it eased off my stress. So everybody conventionally went like this. There's this one corner. Me, I'll be the only one passing here. So they'll be like, ah, what's wrong with this girl? But nobody understood that me, my own movement is calculated, just trying to do the easiest things possible. And also the aspect of managing stress, some sets of people. Because I started off this let's say at the start of last year, where we actually empower young people with tech skills. I realized that most of them don't know what to do with it. And the whole process of doing that, they just say going through that journey with them and also helping them to fight. How can we get them this? How can we get opportunity more accessible to them? That was more of the
Process
process
of
optimization. So it was just making it. It is very sad when people are just when there's always an easier way to do things and you can actually use like channel more of your energy to like do a different thing. I feel like that's my take on it. Thank you so much.
Okay. So thank you very much. I just wanted somebody to just tell us about that. Because as a leader, okay.
About when our youth are going to the conference, want to register to learn the market and that this will cure to make the process easy. The youth leaders at home now get all the things, register them. When we get there, just get the money, collect the program, give to each participant.
Almost all of us can think of a time when we simplify a process. So the goal is to enable you to begin to look at life from process. Everything about life is a process. So how can you simplify those processes to enable you to function optimally? So that is very key and very important. Okay, let's go now. The meaning of operational excellence. Then let's go to operational excellence. Is the consistent ability to deliver high quality results. Through well designed and well managed process. Operational excellence is the consistent ability to deliver high quality results through well designed one of the things I emphasized always during this session is that begin to look at your life as a system. I think I emphasized it. Begin to look at your life as a system. It's not going to be enough time to do. That was why I asked you earlier, difference between working smart and working hard. There will never be enough time to do all you're supposed to do. So therefore, process is inevitable. How can I cut like what I'm supposed to achieve? And in the workplace, that's going to be an indispensable skill. To lead people, as a leader, you have to continuously find a way for your followers. Because there is no time to do everything that you're supposed to do. Now, leadership role, now, process Look at it. Inputs, passage of operation, process, output, feedback. Now, the problem most time always come from the process. That is why now we have what we call fintech. What is fintech? All of us know fintech. EdTech. What is again? Agri-tech. EduTech. What is again? Now, technology is now being used to simplify process. Or that is basically what that means. Now, let me give another example. All of us wrote JAMB, and we wrote JAMB, and we were using papers. How many of us wrote JAMB? All of us wrote JAMB on papers, right? Anybody write JAMB on computer? I say on computer. Go JAMB on computer. Don't say all of us now. You know when I wrote JAMB. Okay, no wait. So you mean you wrote JAMB on computer? Where did JAMB computer start? In 13. So I'm the grandpa of all of you. Let me sit down very well. You know, I thought these people like this should be people that use computer. I don't know that people like you. So Maria, use computer what? Use computer. I don't use computer. I use paper. If I remember where I wrote it, Anglican. So why me? Wrote a sabo. Towards Club logo. That's why I wrote it in paper. If I'm after this session, I want to go out. All of you should need that be greeting me. I'm surprised. Like I thought it was recent anyway. I know it was that long. So let's move on. Leadership role in process improvement. Your role as a process improvement is that you must set clear standards. Which people did I tell about the COO job and CEO job? They are two different jobs. And I think I explained it for you. That strategy, you're supposed to be designing process, designing system, planning, thinking, and everything. So if you are the COO or the manager, your work is to do the job. Your job is to create a system the problem do not I'm opening something for us. Let us look at it. This quote before. If I have hours to if I have cut down a tree, I will use 9 hours sharpening my axe. What is the meaning of that process? Now, that is what we say that hard work alone does not bring results. That is true. So instead of trying to cut a tree, just sharpen the axe. And also talked earlier about. Then number 2, process needs regular review. There are some outdated process that needs to be phased out, and we are still going through it. I don't really think that JAM should be written again for me. I think every university should just conduct their entrance exam. Simple. I don't know if you agree with me. That's the way me I see it. Every university, whether you do WAEC or NECO, every university should conduct their entrance exam and pick their students. That ideology of JAM will do it for you, send your name to the school. Full of far, Jeve. No, I still have more faith in NYSC. NYSC is this why Nigeria is not scattered. You say? NYSC is this why Nigeria is not. If there's no NYSC, forget it. People say the purpose has been defeated. I said, but the purpose it has achieved is invaluable. Someone like me, what would have taken me to the north, to Sokoto? Some people that came, like NYSC is the reason why all of us left our region, our comfort. That was the only reason. What would have? Are you not from Yoruba land? Yes. If you are from the north and you came here, are you from the north? Are you where are you from, Ilorin? Or you? Where is it? In Borno? Or Zamfara? Why are you looking at see where you are staying in Sitabu? Maria, where is she staying? Where is he staying? Okay, so let's continue. Improvement requires large changes only. No, there are small improvements that you need to make. Now, like I said at the beginning of this call, my goal is that each of us is going to end up as leaders in our organizations. I mean, okay, I think I've asked these exercises before, maybe except people that joined us. But I believe that every one of us will be leaders. When we are leaders, we are going to be efficient and effective leaders. Then moving on to managing risk, uncertainty, and complex projects. Write it down. Managing risk, uncertainty, and complex projects. What is a risk? What is a risk, everybody? For this particular risk, we are going to spend like 1 or 2 hours to prepare your mind. What is a risk? Because many of us, we are living life on risk. What is a risk? What is a risk? What is a risk? What is a risk? It seems that this afternoon, all of us are just here to, we are just looking at me.
Doing something without something that you're not sure means taking a chance
That is just a risk. A risk simply means, see my screen. Risk means conditions of uncertainty. That's the meaning. When you take a risk, then you are putting your life on 50-50. You are dancing palongo or NEPA wire. That is risk. Risk means conditions of uncertainty. Now, when we hear risk, the tendency is to think of a bad thing. How many of us agree? If you are taking risk, it means that you want to kill yourself. Risk, that is the next thing you now need to know. Risk is a condition of uncertainty. The next line, risk can be positive or negative. When risk is positive, it is called opportunity. When risk is negative, it is called a threat. When risk is positive, it is called an opportunity. When risk is negative, it is called a threat. So sometimes you actually need to look at a situation and say, is this uncertainty an opportunity, or is this uncertainty a threat? For example, CBEX is a risk. But that is it. It's a condition of uncertainty. That risk can be your opportunity, and risk can be the end of your life. I'm saying this because many people used to think of that you see rich people will say you have to take risk to be a rich man, you have to take risk. We look at risk, as I told you, we are looking at risk very comprehensively. So you understand what is even risk. Even as a leader, how do you analyze a risk? Now, every risk has a trigger condition. I think I've said this over and over again. Every risk has a trigger condition. Now, a risk is not a problem. Do you know the problem? When a risk becomes an issue. When a risk becomes an issue, wàhálà ti ṣẹlẹ̀. Now, there are three levels of in terms of risk. Everybody in this class fall under three categories. Some of us are risk loving. Some of us will love. How many of you love risk? You love to be using your life to play Ludo. How many of you love risk? How many of you hate risk? How many of you risk or no risk? That is a headache. So we have three categories. Number one, we have risk lover, risk neutral, we have risk averse. So if I say, what is your risk appetite? Some people, some organizations, they allow you to take risk. And some people cannot take risk. So you have to define yourself. Am I a risk lover? People, they can risk anything. You want to go out at 10 p.m. to go and buy something, go out at 10 p.m. It's a risk. But some people, they can't even go out at 7 p.m. So are you a risk lover, or you are risk neutral, or you are risk averse? Now, the next thing now is going to be risk threshold. What is the level of your risk? All of us have the level at which our blood pressure go high. So what is the level of your risk? What level does your risk reach before you say, don't do? Make come out money from CBEX. Before CBEX kill me. That's just an example. So when you have to work with people in an organization, when you have to lead your people, what is the level? What is your risk threshold? Now, at what level, for example, if you're my manager, at what level will you allow me to, if I'm a manager, I'm working your company as an investment manager, at what amount of money will you say, Oga, no, they do again? How many amount of money can you afford to lose before you say, I don't do again? Some of us now can say, I can lose 100K. That's a small money. No, can say 100K is small. Some of us say, 1 million. Your risk threshold is 1 million. After 1 million, you feel if they want land first, if he faints. So everybody has a risk threshold. Now, that moves us to the next point, inherent risk. Now, when you talk about risk, there are 4 levels of risk. There is simple risk, there is complicated risk, there is complex risk, and there is chaotic risk. There is simple risk, complicated risk, complex risk, and chaotic risk. In that order, by the time you are taking some risk, it is complicated. Simple risk, complicated risk, complex risk, chaotic risk. That takes us to risk identification. You have to now identify what are the risks. Let me get a practical example. What are the risks in your workplace? What are the risks? I know you are a project manager. So what are the risks in your workplace? There's no your work, or the nature of your job. What are the risks that used to happen?
Okay, the risks are sometimes are internally generated and then so sometimes try to yes that
I don't know. Thank you.
we try to maneuver sometimes. So as a manager, I bring the strategy to it. So sometimes I'm scared, like, what if this is cast? So I plan for plan B, I plan ahead sometimes. But even with the fear of what if someone finds out, I'll still do it anyways. I'll not like enjoy that. Bachelor fashion. Bachelor will face anybody, something like that. So I think that's some of it.
That means there's a financial risk.
Yes.
Okay, what are risk of financial risk? Is there a theft risk? Can anybody steal anything? Anybody steal anything?
No.
So I think the nature of your work, I know, is not a financial risk. Okay. Jakes, what are the risks on your job? I know there's no financial risk. What financial risk on your job? What are the risks on your job? Can we get ready? What are the risks on your job? A knife. Okay, yes. He works with a big international NGO. Okay.
No, I'm not going to financial. Is it only financial risk?
No, I said all risk. Let's start with getting ready.
So yeah, when it comes to financial risk, first of all, you are a target to what we call cyber attack. So get a lot of spam messages telling you to click. Before you also have the risk of what they call data.
Cyber attack. Is that all? Okay. Femi, what are the risks on your job? I know can happen to number one.
No, we have shared the same because work is for us, generally as humanitarian, we have a lot of things.
Yeah.
We have stabilization And some weeks ago, we are going, and someone was pointing to me that that is Bani village. And just close to Bani village. And also go there. And while I spent some weeks, some days there, because of this, they were attacked very close to us. They attacked close to us. And of course, we have also agreed that we want to give silence to affected. We are almost like the first so sometimes in negotiation, we are also there's a lot of it.
Okay.
To affected communities, both edgewise, both
Distribution-wise.
So, a lot of things are happening. Then the other one that there is job security.
Okay.
Most of my colleagues are contracts based programs. So that job security that after your contract ends, you have to stay for like 3 months before you get a new job. So for me, I find a way that I'm not a contract staff, so I'm not like part of that's because of my job.
Okay.
So, but then it's also a risk.
Yeah, it is.
It's also a risk. There's also risk of cyber. Because I also work partly with IT. We have that sometimes we have that spam image and emails that just coming and trying to click it. But sometimes it could be a direct cyber attack to our financial department. And once that happens, it's all back on us. And it could also be an internet review, somebody trying to come into your network. So a lot of this data use is also a very large. It looks very not very important, but in the recent, look at the recent what happened. Some markers just asked into some government organizations.
Yeah, I read it.
Posted them so it's a lot of it as to so those are a few.
Okay. Okay, so who's next? Esther, please. The last person.
Thank you. Thank you. As broadcast journalists, there are a lot of great attached to that kind of work. Let me say, China is this part. Appearing on TV is a kind of risk. Recently, in my TV station, there was this morning program, and it was a political issue that was in. So this presenter had a stance that, let's say, the topic was quite controversial, and there were lots of backlash on the organization and on the station, into the comment section, a lot of cyberbullying and all of that. It got to a point that the particular lady who presented during that TV show, let me say, TV broadcast, was being advised to be very careful because she's not conscious of her security. Anything can happen to her out there because eyes are on her. So yeah, that's one of the big security issues.
Okay. So another person wants to respond? Okay. Let's go on. Now, how do you identify risk? How do you identify risk? That's the next. How do you identify risk? There are many ways to identify risk. There is brainstorming. You have to brainstorm what are the risks. Now, every organization has risk. Every project has risk. So you have to plan for risk. Then you have to brainstorming. Then there's SWOT analysis. How many of us know SWOT analysis? All of us know SWOT analysis. Strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. Okay. Then you can also use risk breakdown structure. Everyone look at my screen, please. So look at Look at my screen, please. I try to make it bolder. Now, this is what we call risk breakdown structure. This is what we call risk breakdown structure. This is the structure that you use to break down all the risk. Now, based on this, there are 4 categories of risk. Now, I'm happy that Esther talked, Femi talked, but all the things they mentioned, look at my screen, they're on the screen. All the issues they mentioned are here. Technology risk, that is simply what Femi was talking about. There can be cyber attack. So technology risk fall under technical risk. So you have to now sit down and say, okay, the 4 categories of risk, anywhere you go in the world, it's right on your screen. Technical risk, management risk, commercial risk, and external risk. Now, then the risks that fall under technical risk are technical processes, technology, anything that has to do with technical, you fall under technical risk. The next is management risk. Management risk has to do with human-related risk, operations management, resourcing, communication, project management, or whatever management risk. Commercial risk, which is where Bimpe comes in. Commercial risk, you can see now. Contractual terms, internal procurement, subcontract, partnership and joint venture, client and social stability, and every other thing. That is what we call commercial risk. And lastly, external risk, which is legislation, external risk that affects your company. For example, government legislation, exchange rates, site or facilities, which is what Femi was talking about. Environment or weather, competition, regulatory, all those things are external. So these are the categories of risk. So when you are leading your organization, as the leader of the organization, you have the responsibility. You have the responsibility to take care of the risk. Now, moving on. So the next is to assess risk. The next is to assess risk. The next is to assess risk. Assessing risk, there are 2 ways to assess risk. You can assess risk quantitatively and you can assess risk qualitatively. What is quantitative? Number. That was quantitative, means quantity, number. Qualitative, non-number. And when you say qualitative, you can use what we call probability impact matrix. Now, I will explain this diagram to you. But if I explain this diagram to you and I did not explain this to you, I will not help you. A lot of us understand this diagram. If I say I will give you money now, your brain will begin to boot. I will do data for you. If you understand this diagram, I'll do data for you. Under the next 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hallelujah. Nobody is chopping my money. Amen. Okay. Now, this is what we call probability impact matrix. See, because many of us want to give ourselves high blood pressure upon risk. Let me use CBEX as your example. When you want to analyze risk, now let me say, I want to start with using CBEX. Because some of you here are supposed to be crying. I want you to cry again. When you want to analyze risk, you have to use 2 criteria. Please listen to me very carefully. Number 1, what is even the probability that that risk will happen? You know, risk is both positive and negative. So the probability of that risk is here. Then there's also what is now called impact. Let's assume that that risk happened. Let's assume, okay, what is the, now we will conduct risk assessment matrix for Femi being kidnapped. Now, and we also collect risk assessment matrix for Taiwo being a politician. You will see your life now. So matrix now. Now, even if a risk will happen, even if a risk happen, what is the impact of that risk? That is the one here. So you will now sit down and ask yourself. So I'm saying this because, and it's not even about what we are doing now. Even all your life, when there is a problem, ask yourself, what is the probability that this problem will happen? You will now use a number. We will do the number now. When you now ask yourself, now if it even happens, what will be the effect? You can do these two things. Because sometimes there's probability that something will happen, but if it happens, its effect is low. So what you should give yourself high blood pressure over is a risk that has high probability and high impact. But if it's have low probability, why would you worry? Okay, even if it has high probability and the impact is low, why will you also worry? Let's go and now do it now. Okay. So, you know what the impact means? You know what probability means? Let's use, I don't want to use Femi being kidnapped. Let's use, there's no John here. Let's use John being kidnapped. John is living in Sokoto, and John is doing a project in Zamfara, and he's traveling to Zamfara by road. What is the probability that if John goes to Zamfara by road every week, he'll be kidnapped between 1 and 5? Will you say 1? 1 is very low. 2 is very high. What should we pick? Zamfara is a very dangerous place to be. So I will say 4. Now, we'll put that one at 4. Don't forget, kidnapping in Zamfara. If you now say, if John is kidnapped, what is going to be the impact? He said they will go and pay 500 million. My dear, it's high impact. So, do you agree with me? Or they don't play? Now, you now have 4 on this axis. You have 5 on this axis. 4 times 5. 20. What is 20? Very high. Anything from 20 is very high. It means that the risk of Femi going to Zamfara every week is a very high risk. If possible, you should avoid that journey. Good. Are you see what the way we're analyzing risk now? Let's now say Taiwo. Let me use CBEX. Taiwo put his money in CBEX. What is the probability that CBEX is going to fail? Before it failed, what probability that was going to fail? Maybe 1 or 2. Do you agree? Because it's very low. Let's say 2. Now, before it failed, let me put at 3. I'm not agree. Now, if CBEX fail, what is the impact of that failure on Taiwo's life? Between 1 to 5. Impact, how much do you have there? I beg you. Let's put at 3. So 3 here, 3 here. 3 times 3. 9. It's a medium risk. You will not die. What else? Who else want to give us an example of a risk to analyze? Who want to give us an example? This is the best way to analyze every risk. So you will know whether the risk is even a serious risk or it's not a serious risk. Who want to give us another example to analyze?
People, the risks that have happened.
Anyone?
So for those that work in the development space, the probability of Trump scrapping out is
Okay. So now, what's the probability? Trump held the torch. So I'll put it at 4. On the probability, I'll put it at 4 because we have seen him scrap a lot. If he scrap it, what is going to be the impact? It can't be 3, it can't be medium impact. It has to be 4. So 4 times 4 will give us 16. 16 is an high risk. So if you're in development space, you are in a high risk job. What other example do you want us to do? Maria, do you have a boyfriend? I want to help you to measure the risk that your boyfriend will break your heart. You want to do it. You want to do it.
Yes, sir.
You got this stage.
You say?
I'm bringing this particular event, this attempt. This is not a big deal. You consider it a big deal now.
Doing this assessment. What is
This
it?
attempt, this option attempt.
Probability that you might fail to
Don't you consider it a
Okay. Good. Probability of this event failing was 1.
Why do you think?
Because I knew I can do 48 hours. I've not done it before, but I just knew that I can do it. In about an hour's time, we'll break the record.
An hour?
Yeah, but we want to give space. So I knew I could do it actually. So I would say it's a 1. Let me say it's a 2. My fear was this place. This was my fear. Because we had a lot of moving parts. Like there has to be constant lights. Do you not see the way this place is, like the whole setup? The setup was my issue. That hope there will not be any technical issue. If anything at all, I will not have a problem with myself. At all. In all honesty. I have any fear. See. So the impact, if it fails, what will be the impact? It will be 3. It can't be 4 because it's not like it will happen. It will be 3. It has been 2, but because a lot of and everything came from here. So and that thing will pay me. So it will be 3. So there's a 2 times 3 is 6. This is a low risk. So the low risk this come worse to us. We have issue. Okay, money. Okay. And then we'll go on. So that will not be like I have nothing to lose. Nothing has happened, nothing bad, nothing. So the low risk for me. None of us want to attempt again us world record. Maria, can you do 30 hours? I'm just kidding. Okay. Any other example that we use, or we should move on? Let's move on. I will do for you. Being paid, what is the probability that your boyfriend will break your heart? He will let me. Is that okay? In this Tinubu era, anything is possible in Tinubu era. What's the probability that your boyfriend will break your heart? Let's put it at 3.
4.
Are you you are letting me of progress? I didn't say no. I didn't say me one. Because I like you, I will put it at 2. People are. Me, I know what I'm saying too. It's 2. People that one week to wedding, they said they're not doing it again. What because telling me, you know what I do? It's marry me. It's marry. That the last time I tell you, you are single. So 2. The probability that if it happens, the impact, I know you almost want to die, so I'll give you 5. You know, you are so sure that the guy will not leave you. If not leave you, will not want to die. No, you won't.
No,
You know, you are so sure. If not leave, that you are so sure. I'm giving you 4. Leave me alone. So we have 4. So 2 times 4, we have 8. So it's a medium one. So it will not buy you. Guys. What other organizational risk now are we looking at? There's no balance. Life is not even balanced. So what are you telling me? So now let's look at risk register. What's the risk register? What's the risk register? Like I told you, we are going to look at the risk thoroughly. What's the risk register? What's a risk register? A risk register is a register where you document all risk. A risk register is a register where you document all risk. So, and when you are documenting the risk, the main thing that you have to be on that thing is the number 1, trigger condition. Now, so for the risk of being a placed boyfriend running away, what is the trigger condition? What is the trigger condition? Okay, for the risk of John being kidnapped, what is the trigger condition? What is the trigger condition? FM, what is the trigger condition for John being kidnapped in Zamfara? Eh? What's the trigger condition? No, like we are really doing a brainstorm. Okay. Insecurity, yeah, insecurity. Okay. So, what other risk again? The risk of being placed boyfriend living in. The trigger condition is the boyfriend seeing an Oyibo girl. That is the risk of the trigger condition.
That's an emotion. Can decide before she was calm.
This girl has already shown that the guy will not leave. Then you now also have what you call a planned response. Let me give an example. If I'm a manager of this hotel, is that what will likely make that risk happen? Let me give an example. If I'm the facility manager, let's say I'm the manager of this hotel now, and I want to conduct risk assessment for this hotel. One example of a risk assessment is going to be fire outbreak. So under here, you put fire outbreak. So let's put fire outbreak under here. Impact description. Score level. What is the score? Fire outbreak here, maybe 2. Probability. No, impact. It will be very devastating. No, 5. Impact 5. Probability of fire happening, maybe 1. So let's assume 1. 5 times 1. This score is 5. Trigger condition is Femi. For fire outbreak in this hotel, the trigger condition is an electric spark. That is the only thing that can trigger fire, electric spark. Now, planned response. Planned response number 1. Every room in this hotel came with a fire alarm. That's a planned response, fire alarm. Then number 2 planned response was having fire extinguisher. Number 3 fire alarm was ensuring that this whole hotel has 3 entrances or 3 exits. So there is the exit here. There is the exit there. So if the fire happens towards the room here, all of you can pass the back. Almost towards the back, can come out to here. Now, I don't know, those are the planned response. Now, who is the owner of the risk? Maybe who are you working for me? Who is the risk owner for fire? Who is the guy you're working with? Technical, or what is this? Technical manager. So risk owner is technical manager. You get it now. This is how risk is done. Like, this is just how risk is done. So you have to plan for risk, because risk will happen. This life, that's why I'm putting this girl that is so sure that this thing, in this life, you see, as you are planning for everything, you plan for, that's why we're looking at the risk. This message, God knew when you will come. So you plan that this time will be discussed when you come. Okay, so now the other part is quantitative analysis of risk. For this one, don't stress yourself. This risk has to do with financial risk. This is financial risk. So you use what you call quantitative. And what it is quantitative from the word number is a numerical risk. You only use this method when you deal with financial risk. So maybe bankers will be the one that will need that method. So now, what are the risk response? Let the risk response should be appropriate for the significance of the risk. Risk response should be appropriate for the significance of the risk. Risk response. Number 2, it should be cost effective. Number 3, it should be realistic. Then it should be agreed to by stakeholders. And lastly, it should be owned. It should be owned by a responsible person. It should be owned by a responsible person. So I think that brings us to the end. Okay, so what are the risk plan response? Now, I think Femi was asking for a trigger condition. A trigger condition signals that a risk can develop. Then the next is a secondary risk. A secondary risk is a risk that can arise as a result of the primary risk. So when you are trying to solve a risk, that solving of a risk can also be a risk. I will use this example to use. When you're trying to solve a risk, that thing you are using to solve a risk can also be a risk. Let's assume that because you are afraid of thief coming to your house, thief breaking into your house is a risk. You now want to go and buy a dog. So a dog is the response to that risk. But that dog also poses a risk because the dog can decide to go crazy and bite you. That is what secondary risk means. The next is residual risk. What residual risk means is that after the risk has been implemented, some small elements of risk can still remain. The next is contingency plan. Contingency plan means what is your backup? What is your backup plan in case the risk strategy fails? Yeah. What is your backup plan in case the risk strategy fails? And contingency reserve is the budget you keep for risk management. So any question on risk again? We all understand risk now, how to analyze risk, how to document risk, and every other thing. Now, like I said earlier, this particular module 3 is talking about leading organizations. Many of us may not explicitly need it now, but it's a knowledge that we are going to need subsequently. Some of us will need it now. Someone like Femi, Jakes, Binkwe, or some of us will need this later. Okay, so next is risk response strategy. Risk response strategies. Number one, if it's a threat, escalate. If it is a threat, avoid it. If it is an opportunity, you exploit. Now I say a risk can be a threat and opportunity. So if it is a threat, avoid it. But if it's an opportunity, what do? You grab it. If it's a threat, you transfer it. But if it's an opportunity, you what? You share it. If it is a threat, you mitigate it. It's an opportunity, you enhance it. And that brings us to the end of risk management. Any question? 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 Okay, so let's move on to now. Let's go to building stakeholder relationship. Building stakeholder relationship. Are we ready? Building stakeholder relationship. Then, number one, who is a stakeholder? Who is a stakeholder? If you have an organization, if you have a company, if you're a manager, if you're a director, who is a stakeholder? When you hear the word stakeholder, what does it mean? Mama Maria, who is a stakeholder? Chicks. Nobody's responding. Who is a stakeholder? No definition of a stakeholder. Yeah. That's just what it means. Stakeholder. Somebody that holds a stake. What is a stake? An interest. That's all. So a stakeholder is someone that has no. We will get to that part when we do stakeholder analysis. Not only interest. Stakeholders. Israel, when we get to stakeholder assessment, we call that stakeholder are not all those that have interest. They can have interest or influence. But generally, I love to define a stakeholder as someone who can influence your organization or someone that your organization influences. So if you use interest, you're already going extreme. But someone that has an influence on your project, so that has an influence on your organization. Okay, so that's a stakeholder. So now, take. Okay. So now, if you look at my screen here, you're going to see that now, when you are looking at stakeholder identification, what is their relationship to the project for your stakeholders? Number one relationship they can have is interest, which is what Ishmael said. Number two, they can have involvement. Number three, they can have interdependency. Number four, they can have influence. Number five, they can have potential impact. You know, we had a light issue at the hotel, maybe early in the week. I think I've been around since around Monday. So we had an issue. So the light was not very stable, and the jet was having an issue. So my point, literally, so at a point, I was not like, I then met the manager and said, "Oh, what's the issue?" Like, "Oh, in fact, that has been an issue," but she called the maybe the area manager of AEDC, IBADC, and said, "Oh, our jealous issue, they should place this thing." Now, when she said that, it just occurred to me that you cannot be an hotel manager in Osogbo without having the contact detail of the area manager of NEPA, let me say NEPA, in Osogbo and in Osun. Do you get the logic now? So in that case, NEPA, are they a stakeholder or they are not a stakeholder? They're a stakeholder. Now, under where do they fall? Interest, involvement, interdependence, influence. No, it's influence. It's influence. We'll look at that shortly. So now, when you are now planning, now, if you are a thief and you want to go for an operation and you are planning for a stakeholder, who are your stakeholders? Police, ICPC, EFCC, then DSS, they are your stakeholders. Now, what do they have? Is it interest, involvement, or what? They have all of them. No, they have all of them. They have interest, they have influence, they have involvement, they have everything. I'm just making that on a lighter mode. But the point also is that you have to understand your stakeholders so you can know how to relate with them. So let's move on. So the next stage is that you must gather data, you must assess your stakeholders. You must assess your stakeholders. You must assess your stakeholders. Then the next point is that you must create stakeholder register. You must create a stakeholder register. Okay, so let's look at stakeholder mapping. Let's look at stakeholder mapping. So everybody look at my screen. Okay, so now when you want to map stakeholders, you map them from two perspectives. Number one, power. Number two, interest. Are we together? So there is a power, there is interest. Now, some stakeholders, they have power, but they don't have interest in your project. Some stakeholders have power, they don't have interest. Some stakeholders have interest, they don't have power. So now look at the screen. I'm going to explain the screen now. Power and interest grid. Now, when a stakeholder, you people that will be answering. When a stakeholder has low power and low interest, how do you relate with them? When a stakeholder has low power and low interest, how do you relate with them? Let's respond. When a stakeholder has low power and low interest, how do you relate with them? So on the screen now, you monitor. It's monitor. Low power, low interest, you monitor. When a stakeholder have high power, low interest, what do you do for them? You keep satisfied. When a stakeholder has high interest, low power, what do you do for them? You keep informed. Thank you. How many of us do not get it? You don't get this up your hand. This is interest. This is high. This is low. This is power. This is high. This is low. So if it is low interest, it's in here. If it is low interest, it is here. If it is low power, it is also here. So you monitor. If it is high interest, it has to be in this side. But if it is low power, it has to be around here. So it is keep informed. Now, here is high power, but it is falling under low interest. So you keep satisfied. But if it is high power and high interest, you what? Manage closely. So now, let's look at let's now look at a case study. Let's now look at a case study of a developmental NGO in the north. Let's look at a case study of a developmental NGO in the north. Case study of a NGO in the north. So let's use Femi NGO. Who are the stakeholders of Femi NGO? And that they are going to do a project in Gusau. Community heads. Now, for community heads, do they have high power or low power? High power. Do they have high interest or low interest? So since they have high power and interest, how do you relate with them? You manage them closely. Terrorists. Do they have high power or low power? High power. Do they have high interest or low interest? What do you do? Are you not getting this now? Just monitor it. Are you getting this chart? Okay. I said this thing I'm teaching you. If you are going to get involved in organizations, it's something that is everywhere. It's global. It's global chart. It's not like I develop it. This is how it is done. Anywhere in the world. If it is so, people use it actually. Like people use it practically. Managers, leaders use it in their day-to-day life. So to plan, so for terrorists, you are not managing closely. You are not keeping them satisfied. You are not keeping them informed. You are monitoring them to be sure you can move. Now, what other stakeholders do you have? And they will likely also have high interest, high power. Okay. I love that example. Beneficiary, do they have high power or low power? Low power. They have high interest or low interest? Right. You might keep them informed. You communicate with them. We are coming on Monday. If there's any problem, reach out to us on this line. Is that not what you do for them? Yes. That is the chart for, that is the standard chart for stakeholder assessment. Any way, any day, anyhow. And you cannot be wrong. You see this assessment. You cannot be wrong during this assessment, any day, any time, for stakeholder engagement. You say? Okay, for the government, high power or low power? They have high power. High interest or low interest? They have low interest because government will tell that. They have low interest. What do you do? And that's what you do for government. You try to be satisfied. You don't want to be in there because they have high power. I just say we cancel that trip. And soldiers take over. So that is it. Is it, are you learning? Are you getting something new? Okay, so moving on. Let's call this what we call the salience model. Let's look at the salience model. Okay, so now salience model is also a model that is used to. Okay, it's a model that is used to engage stakeholders. Now, this model is used to engage stakeholders from three perspectives. Number one, their urgency. Their urgency. Number two, their legitimacy. What power do they have? Approximate involvement or proximity. What is their level of involvement? What is their level of involvement? That is legitimacy. How involved are they? The next is power. What is their level of authority? Next is level of attention required, which is urgency. That is just the model. It's quite straightforward. So, and most importantly, you must capture stakeholder feedback. You must capture what? Stakeholder feedback. The feedback of your stakeholders are very important. If government gives you an information, and information that the government gives to you is very, very important. So, and for all stakeholders, you must have an appropriate regular project communications with them. Their project requirements and vision and communication preferences. So I think that is then you must communicate with your stakeholders. So all this is talking about communicating with your stakeholders. So you need what we call a stakeholder engagement plan. Now, see, everybody look at me. If you are going to ever run an organization or lead an organization, you cannot be careless with your stakeholder engagement. Because the stakeholder, if you don't engage them, it can be frustrating. If you travel to Sabombini without informing the government, whatever happens to you, you are on your own. And you can tell the government you want to go to Sabombini and they will say no, there's no pass. In fact, the military can stop you at Quarry. You pass Quarry to Sabombini now. You stop at Quarry and say you cannot go to Sabombini. We did one program in Sabombini, do you remember? Were you there? That's Sabombini one. That was the first time I saw Sabombini. So, yes, Sabombini, yes. So you must have a stakeholder engagement plan. How do you want to involve your state? How do you want to engage them? So, for example, now, that woman that I called now, the hotel manager, for example, now, she has a diary where she, maybe a diary be on a laptop where she wrote all the name of the state. I'm sure, double sure, I'm not sure the number of maybe minister of, maybe commissioner of something. All these are stakeholders. So you get my point now. So you can't run your organization in isolation. You have to run them with stakeholders. Any question about stakeholders engagement? So what is your plan to effectively communicate with your stakeholders? What is your plan to effectively communicate with your stakeholders? What is your plan to effectively communicate with your stakeholder? So before we leave stakeholders, there's one more I want us to have a look at. Chama. Okay, so now let's look at the last thing on my screen, engagement assessment matrix. Stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. Stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. So now look at this. Stakeholder number one. So you have to now decide unaware, resistant, neutral, supportive, and leading. Now, your stakeholder can fall into 5 categories. Now, not all your stakeholders want you to succeed. Not all your stakeholders want you to succeed. So now, your stakeholder, is it a resistant? Like, they're always attacking you. Number 2, neutral, they don't care. Number 3, is it a supportive stakeholder? So for an hotel like this, NEPA, which stakeholder are they? Which way are they? Neutral? No, you are neutral. Anyone that's already equal. Supportive care. What concern them with you? The next is so now come and put supportive. It's just for you to just know so that the person that is in supportive, if they are in neutral, I think I love what analysis. Now, if they are in neutral, your goal to want to make them to become supportive. I agree with you. Now, see this thing. Did you see C? What C means current level. This means desired level. It means that currently, let's put number 3, NEPA. NEPA is at which level? Neutral, current level. Where do you want them to be? So you now put D here. You get logic now. So if a stakeholder, okay, and now if a stakeholder is resistant, an example can be Ministry of Works. Ministry of Works can choose to want to frustrate you. Ministry of Works can choose Ministry of Works can choose to want to frustrate you. So they are resistant. So because they are resistant, you can actually move them to neutral. Does it resonate with everybody? Is it clear? So now, like I said, some of the things we are learning may not be what we use today, but they will come in handy someday. Lastly, measuring organizational impact. How do you measure the impact of your organization? How do you measure organizational impact? Yeah. If anybody should be using this, who should it be? This life is not balanced. So, measuring organizational impact and sustainability. Now, let's move on to what is the meaning of organizational impact? What is the meaning of organizational impact? What is the meaning of organizational impact? Let's respond. What is the meaning of organizational impact? It means real and lasting change that results, real and lasting change that results from the organizational work. It goes beyond what is done to what is the outcome. What is done does not matter, let me tell you something. What is done does not matter. Why is it doing like an aeroplane want to take off? It's giving that aeroplane vibe. Okay, so now what matters is not what was done. What matters is what is the outcome. You can do something and there is no tangible outcome. You can do something and there is no sustainable outcome. So the real measure is what we call outcome. Now, what is sustainability? Sustainability is the ability to maintain results over time. It means building system and skill. So when you say something has sustainability, it means that something can stand on its own without an external support. If it requires an external support to stand, it's not sustainable. The proof of sustainability is that it does not require an external support. How many of us are sustainable in this all? You said that you don't need outside support. Okay.
I don't understand very well. Because you say that, let's say, does this apply to business? So you're saying that if a business relies on external support, is it on some percentage or in total?
If a business relies on external support, it doesn't matter that part of total, to be able to go on, it's not sustainable because
External support, because some businesses actually, if they are starting you know that business might not have 100% of the capital in it at the point
then it's not sustainable. What that means is that it cannot stand on its own. It may attain sustainability later, but it's not sustainable at that moment. Yes. Sustainability means that you are resting as you are now. If your parents are still giving you pocket money, you are not sustainable. When they stop giving you money, that's when you have attained sustainability. That means you can sustain yourself. That is sustainability. You have the ability to sustain yourself. C'est clair? Is we. Is it? Yes. C'est clair? Okay. So, next is measuring what matters. Measuring what matters. So, what are you measuring? You must measure what matters. You must what? You must measure what matters. You must measure what matters. You must measure what matters. Very critical. People are not thanking me for making the class interesting for you. I'm taking you to the big airport. I won't that I want to see. Okay, so you must measure what matters, and then lastly, leaders must set clear goals, monitor progress, and use results to improve outcome. So with this, we have come to the end of leadership 3. We did a case study. We did a case studies. If you remember, before this class, we did a case studies. Okay, so now we are going to complete. We have 2 more activity to complete. One more activity to complete in leading self that we missed early this morning. So we are going to just round off on that before we now go to the final session, which is leading nations, which is the last part. But for this session, we focused on the last final part of leading organization. So you knew what to discuss. So now, leading change and transition. Leading change and transition. What is change? What is change? What is change? Let's explain. What is change, please? What is change, everybody? No, when you talk in terms of what is change? What is change? Let's respond, please. What is change? Thank you. Moving from one state to another. Okay. Any other opinion? Any other opinion on change? What can cause a change? What causes a change in it? What causes a change in an organization? What causes a change in an organization? Change, look at my screen. Change is the shift in systems. Change is the shift in system. Change is the shift in system the shift in role, the shift in method, and the shift in goal. This was supposed to be the last part of leading safe. You said? Leading change and transition. Now, leading change and transition. Now, don't forget something. Change affects systems. Write it down. Transition affects people. Change affects system. Transition affects people. And every organization, every team is going to experience change. Change affects system. Transitions affect people. Is it so? Let me get an example. If today, January 1, President Tinubu announced a new tax policy, that is a change. And when a change happens, because change affects them, and when change happens, everybody is scared of change. Manageable steps. Don't take subsidy. Do it small, small. Okay. So there's a case study here I want to copy out that we are going to do. And we'll move to the last part, which is leading nations. So there's a case study that is, the other time we did a good presentation. If you are here, you will recall. Okay. So, let's take a sheet of paper for an assessment. Let's take a sheet of paper. I want to know, it's a case study. Are we ready? Okay. So your question is now. Is it good enough? Is it good enough?